Okay. We're in here. We're going. We're going. Playing. Oh crap, where's my my restream? Restream. Here we go. Alright. I'm waiting on Justin to show up. Gotta show up and I gotta play Cacophony. Okay. Yeah, alright, here we go. Right into it. This was a bad idea as a warm-up. This was a bad idea. I already feel like this was... Alright, let's pick a different song. I gotta pick a different one than that. Let's do, Alright, I'm gonna just pick something easy. Something easy. I'll get back to this one. I'm just already feeling like it's too tight. It's too tight. Ugh. Shut up. Did you notice I turned my tone all the way down? Right there at the end. What's up, Greedo? What's up, Oubliettes? Yeah, no problem. Just this is a chill stream. This is gonna be fun. Gonna be fun. Building up to really good song. All right, let's see here. Let's do keep the upbeat kind of fuzz. Got that big bumblebee butt tone. Got that fuzzy bumblebee butt. This is a stretch for your wrist. I know it looks stupid, but if you stabilize your wrist and move it like that, kind of works the blood a little bit. Pretty good to loosen up if you ever feel wooden when you're playing instruments. It kind of works. Soup Skin, what's up? What's going on, brother? What's up, brother? Brothers and sisters, gather round. We're gonna sing ourselves some songs here. Just chilling. Hump day. Your time. I got a NOS energy drink. To add an R to that, it'd be Ross energy. Oops, caps. My brother always does that. He goes, oops, caps. Writes in all caps. Huh. Trying to fix what's going on here. I was stepping outside and kind of got rained on a little bit. I want to charge my phone, but I got this message I've never seen, like, hey, you got water in your phone. You don't want to charge it. So, all right. I'm not going to do that then. I'll just let my phone die. I don't need to answer anything. Got a water phone. I check my phone once a week. Man, I need to get on that level. That level of not caring. I'd love to do that. That'd be amazing. Just like never looking at it. Nope, don't care who called. Nah, not important. So, I mean, definitely Bushido Blaster. You know, for sure he needs that. He needs that. Never check your phone. It honestly makes you so much more happy. Never checking your phone. It's crazy how much. It just don't need to answer every message. You don't need to. I mean, I don't know. And that took a lot for me to like even do because like I feel like I have a little bit of that OCD where you have to like check all of your notification badges and just make sure no red dots are like showing. Yeah, now it's just like, nope, don't care. Don't care. You know what? I got a few messages. Saving them up. used to go from big computer to in bed with little computer. Fuck that. Eyeballs fried, been there. Then you go to the beach with your Game Boy Color. Your eyes turn into baked beans because the sun reflects on the Game Boy into your eyes. Your eyes get turned into refried beans. What's up, Eric? So, I pulled out a pick, and I thought, like, I bought 2 packets of picks, and I wanted my purple pick so I could use new picks finally. But I pulled out one of these super used. It's a personal experience. Nah, it's just a stupid joke I came up with in my head, and I even made like a video and an edit. Nobody thought it was funny. There's this idea of just like your eyes turning into baked beans on the beach from playing Game Boy Color on, you know, too sunny of a day. I don't know. It's the stupidest thing. The stupid. Oh man. Anyway, got new picks. So. Not too many beaches around here, but I remember playing Game Boy during long drives and waiting for a car to be just the right distance behind me. Their headlights would light up the screen just enough to play. That's a nostalgic memory. That is a very nostalgic and familiar memory. Yes, original Game Boy with its green screen, and even some of the, some of the other ones didn't have the lamp and light, those accessories. Our family didn't have any of those. Arman Saqib 123. I was about to say Arman Gibbity, but that wasn't your name. Thank you for following. It always looked so weird, like the curly light thing. I thought it was a little bit tacky, even as a kid. I was like, I don't know. I don't know if I want to light my screen that way. Yeah. Not brain rot. Not brain rot. Well, you don't know, man. You don't know. There's a lot. There could be a lot of brain rot. You never know. You never know with my stream. I mean, even I don't. So, anyway. We're trying to cure from brain rot, I suppose. Maybe you can't. Maybe you can't escape it. It's hard to escape it. You just got to avoid it best you can. have the external LED lamp plug-in. First Game Boy Color at 23. I think we're the same age, Soupskin. Do I do freestyles or specific solos out of song, or maybe choreograph play from a whole song? I have some parts that I do the same. Yeah, we're the same age. But I tend to improvise a lot. Like this was a fairly heavily improvised part. I had a friend. Thank you for rating, Noswell. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Oh yeah, Oubliettes. I saw your art, the Binks chord, and thought it was excellent. I loved it. It was beautiful. I couldn't quite read it. Almost looks like a tree, and then I don't know, a rain. De hino naka de kanojo wa waratte ta. Oh, she's laughing or something like that. Not really sure what the. Can't quite read it. Very, very good. Very good. Carcasses. I was just complimenting Oubliette's fan art. Let's play some music. You're disappointed in it, as every true artist, always ashamed of their own work, but I see no shame in it. I will overlook it. And I will ignore that and then say, pretty damn good. I've seen your glass work too. It's astounding. Komorebi, komorebi. Komorebi wa tanan desu ka? Every time there's a sunlight filtering through. Oh. Sunlight filtering through. There's a woman laughing. Sunlight filtering through the trees. I love it. Rob Mack, 878787. We're playing some music. Tuning my guitar because it keeps falling out of tune. All right, here we go. a little simple trick if you have a phrase that repeats. For example, in the kind of the chorus of this song, there's kind of this it's like a let me go back to that part. So that part happens twice, and the second time it happens, I tend to do this like scale run thing on the F chord. I go. Then on the G chord, I do a G major scale. I'm doing like a little sequence, just simple. I do well. Okay, so more accurately, I'm playing A minor, but I'm doing a couple modes. So for F, since that's the fourth note of C major, this would be the fourth mode, so that would be Lydian. Then it goes to G mixolydian, which is the fifth mode. And then to A minor. Then it goes into the anyway. But for any song, if you have like a section that's like repeating like that and you're getting tired of just holding the chords, it's just an easy lead trick. You just play in the scale across those changes and you play it a little bit different. First, I probably just hit the chords. And then I'd maybe go... Kind of goes from like a major to a minor, A major to A minor. That's like another little trick or whatever. But that's just the way that one was written. But I might riff over it. But the other way is also just scales, whatever, you know. It's always song dependent, but that's like something that I'll do to mix it up. But I generally do the busy stuff later in the song rather than right off the bat. I know it probably doesn't look like that, and I probably didn't on my playthrough or something, but that's at least my intention. Never repeat. Music repeats, but never repeat. The pomegranate hibiscus ginger ale. Now I don't drink or nothing. I didn't drink or nothing. It was good though. Good, tasty. It was pretty good. Well, I mean, basically the whole idea of modes is you learn one scale, but then you're just switching positions. So you're starting to learn all the different positions. But really just think of it like the tones, you know? What's up, Carla? Stop. Hello. It was good. Good ginger ale. Good ginger ale. It was I forget the name of it. Probably a bit too expensive for the glass bottle ginger ale. I don't usually get that. I usually just get like energy drinks and stuff, but doing good. Playing some music. Playing some good music. Let's play Holy Orders. Be Just or Be Dead from Guilty Gear. Wait. I want to do the different version. I want to do this one. So I'm using the Fractal FM9. It's like a floorboard unit, and I program my sounds. So basically, what I got is for this like set. That's my clean, bone dry, reverb, phaser. Tremolo. We got a rotary. I like this rotary sound. It's very nice. Very nice. This one, it's like everything turned on. This one's a harmony. I love this sound. I know it's weird, but Harry Sax, I can't stay. Never stop playing, man. Have an excellent night. All right. Any Bumblebee patches? This is kind of a Bumblebee patch. Love that. Love that sound. Got just a simple chorus one. Kinda And this is just like my distortion, which no reverb. A little bit of reverb. It's like a low volume one, so I can play along with tracks. That's like my lead solo tone. Bit of a, you know, delay on there and reverb. It's just a weird bit crush sound. Sounds like a Loop Hero stuff. Anyway. Fun stuff. I don't really have much use for those sounds. But that's just like my basic play anything. I need to make some more sounds, but you know, I've got other patches and stuff, but that's just like a little preview of like my sounds. I got weird sounds, but you know. So the bit crush thing was a little too quiet. Let me raise the volume. Ooh. Ooh, sorry. 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 That's too loud. Too loud. Let me fix this. I can fix this. It's not working. Hang on. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm sorry. Broke something on my phone. Ah, alright. I tried. I tried. It was kind of fun to play with, though. Holy crap. That blew out my ears. Oh my goodness. Holy crap. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. Ugh. Why is my low volume one really loud? I kind of screwed this up. I screwed this up. Everything's messed up. Everything's bad. Everything's bad. Oh. I know why. Ugh. Stand by. Hmm. Okay. Something's not saving. Well? Okay. That's fun. That's fun. Let me do, yes, do that. Okay. All right. Well, kind of messed something up. So I guess my low volume thing, I'm just gonna be bad for now. All right, let's play songs. Play songs. What's it saying the CPU was inside when I went to that scene? For this one, it's 68%. This one's 69%. That's 68%. That's 69%. That's 69%. And I have more CPU left that's still safe. Mostly 69%. Because clearly that's the best percentage. Yeah, I think it just in the moment I don't remember how to save stuff. Not properly. Like I was changing some scenes and then what do they call it? It's the channels. I was changing some channels, but I think I didn't know what I was doing there. So I kind of messed that up. All right. Apologize for the brief delay and ear issues and electric shock waves, electroshock therapy. These are yeah, these are sound impulses that will repair your vibes. It may hurt, but open your ears up and turn your volume as loud as possible. No, I'm just kidding. Place a small 1-inch foam block on your front teeth to open your ear canals a little farther. I like gear that sounds the same no matter where I move all the settings. Speaking of, I was jamming with my friend at Guitar Center. And I used to teach him a while back. And he had Civil War flags in his house. Anyway, he was awesome. He was one of my favorite students. And but he was talking about this pedal I tried out at a Guitar Center. It was the Way Huge Swollen Pickle pedal. The Swollen Pickle pedal. It was this ugly green pedal. Had a ton of little switches and knobs. And yeah, it was the worst. The Dimebag Darrell flag. Dimebag Darrell. Pantera flags, man. That's all. The fart pedal. But the swollen. He said he got the Swollen Pickle pedal. He was like, it's the worst pedal. It just never sounds good, and never any good. And you know, and sure enough, I tried it, and just every sound was just terrible. Just like the worst. It sounded worse than a fart pedal. Fart pedal, actually, you get a funny looking pedal, and it makes exactly the sound you want. The Swollen Pickle pedal does not sound like anything you would want. Just terrible fuzz. And then he was saying he was trying to sell it back. He bought it like new, and it was like $150, $160 or 180 or something. I don't know, it was some ridiculous price. And like the store owner literally like stopped him before he even tried selling it. He was like, I know what you got. I don't want that. So he couldn't sell it. The Fart Miku altogether. He used it on Fuzz Universe. That's when he started getting bad. Let's play this one. Burn. Deep Purple.
The
trying to fix my volume. I wanted to be just slightly above the track, but trying to fix some stuff mid song. Okay. Let's see. Am I feeling good for Cherdo? All right, hang on. Hang on. Okay. Gotta take off the jacket. Take off the jacket. I need to sew this jacket. It's like cheap little Chinese jacket. Got like a, what's it got on there? It's got like a bird on there. Got some yeah. Some dragons. Wait. A rock. Chinese dragon. This guy's looking funny. I love how he looks. He's just like, yeah. Just chilling on an arm. I gotta sew it up. Like the armpits are all broken, all ripped up. This is my Yngwie Malmsteen shirt. This is a trilogy shirt. Got it from a concert, I believe, or maybe it was like a Christmas. It used to be a short sleeve, but now it's like I cut it up. You know, once your shirts get like old, like rock shirts, you just cut up the sleeves. You know, it's cooler. So I need to get some new shirts at some point. I don't know. I've just been wearing like same stuff for years, and I don't get clothes. I don't shop or nothing. Just like hand-me-downs and whatevers. It's expensive, man. I don't know. And these ones, these pants, these are the they're like dragon pants, like little sweatpants type things. Little things. I like wagons. I'm a twagon. I like the twagons. I can't even do the voice. Play it good enough, Jason Becker will get feeling back in one single finger. That's some. I'm gonna try, man. I don't know if he's gonna make it, man. I don't know if he's gonna make it after this playthrough. Anyway. I'm gonna try. Try. As Homer Simpson says, trying is the first step to failure. So the second lesson, never try. I'm gonna keep this on so I can like cuss and swear and say I did something bad. Wait, what's it the? I'm also getting used to these picks. I can't get the right hand position. That was okay. Just nothing dry. Just a dry tone. That was okay. I might be able to do it. Oof. I might be able to do it. Here we go. So I started getting distracted. I was reading your guys' really funny comments. I started just playing worse and worse and worse. And I kept reading, and then I was like bargaining in my head. Oh man, I gotta pull up the Hard Off song. I don't know. I mean, I know the form. I gotta refine it and be in a good, you know. He watches cover videos all day and trolls them. Holy crap. Yeah, that one. Ooh. Okay, anyway. Alright. Not gonna be an hour. It's not gonna be an hour. Sorry, Carcasses. Just wanted to play it just kind of jamming, not really knowing any of the chords or anything, and just feel it out a little bit. Maybe I'll do that when I get the hard off picks. I'm gonna do a hard off pick unboxing. Binks is sending me picks from this. It's like a thrift store in Japan. It's like an electronics thrift store called Hard Off, and they have little blue guitar picks and a lot of instruments and stuff there. And he's sending me some guitar picks, so I will do that. I think I have to. Honestly, I have to. You know, there's already too much lore involved with the store anyway, so have to. I have no choice in this matter. There's no agency. There's nothing. This has been programmed in the Rossborg psychological cortex. The independent processing unit has been overridden. Therefore, I cannot override it nor make adjustments on the fly. So this is set schedule. Okay? Schedule, as some of you say. You say schedule? Somebody says schedule. Who says schedule? One of you. Speak up. You say schedule? Soupskin? Greedo? Probably not Greedo. No. I don't think Carcassus would say schedule. You don't. Schedule. On the schedule. Soupskin, I think, could say schedule. I'd be fine with that. Be totally fine with that. Right here on this schedule there, Mr. Ross. That's my Soupskin impression. I don't know. I don't really do the accents much. So anyway. Let's see. Sherman plan. Man. It does just roll off the tongue. Darkar Lane. Here we go. Alcatraz. Some Yngwie Malmsteen. Maybe that. That. Alright, whatever. Alright. That's probably really annoying to hear. Sometimes I forget riffs. I forgore a riff. Arctic Quietude. What's up, buddy? Wait a minute. Two, three, four. I'm like kind of botching that song. It's just off on like everything. What's up, Arctic? What's up? What's good? What kind of music you like? What kind of music you like, man? I might play it. I might play something else. But I don't know. Talk to me. Tell me stuff. How's your day going? Little Iron Maiden. Cool. Oh, still feel stiff. A little like not calibrated. I don't feel calibrated. Like I'm doing the moves a little bit off, just a little bit off. Maybe I gotta stand. I gotta stand to play rock and roll. Probably what I gotta do. That might be part of it. Do I know this one? Guitar's up too high. Can't have a guitar up too high. Can't do it too low. Gotta be like your guitar. Gotta be like on your belt. Just where, you know, nuts are hanging underneath. That's kind of like, I think that's like the minimum. That's where your guitar has got to sit. Cover the shaft, let the nuts hang. Too high, nerd. Can't really do too low. Too low is cool. Low is cool, but I'm not really like, not that cool. But I also think a good trick with your guitar strap height, it should be the same, or a trick I've heard from Billy Sheehan, who's a bass player. It should be the same when you're sitting down, when you're standing up. So that's like a pretty good rule. That way you don't have to like make an adjustment, because you do play different. Guitar straps like a different height. I've heard this song. Where is this from? I've heard this song. Was this This is JoJo? JoJo? Was this Stone Ocean? Oh, Gurren Lagann. That's the one. That's the one. That's the one. No. Yeah, so like the chords here, it's like a double power chord, which is I call it an add 9. And the reason is, you know, it's like an octave. Oct means 8. There's 8 notes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, which is really 2. You're adding the 2 on top of the octave. So that's what that is. You could just say a double power chord too. That sounds cooler. That's that intro. That's a really cool song. The awesome song. Let's see here. What Iro days. It's cool. Get the chills. I've never seen it. I've always heard good things. One of those, it's probably like, oh man, you're missing out. I'm gonna like play this again. I'm just gonna look at the chords. I just kind of want to play along. I'm still waiting on the one part, Cinema Plug. Still waiting on the one part. It should be here the 29th. So tomorrow, wait, the day after. Day after. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Day after. That'd be the one. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. That is so funny. Funny. Always the one part that lags. Yeah, it's always the one part. One. We go. All right, let's play. All right, I'm gonna play Perfume, Polyrhythm. This is one that I did for the one of the Binks art contest things. I put it's what, yeah, obviously where the Rossborg note comes from. So spam that, okay? Spam that if you can. If you're a subscriber. One. All right, this the tune. change something on my sound. Sounding shrimpy. Sounding shrimpy. That's the one. Okay, maybe that's it. Oof. I wish I could, like, crack my neck and never feel, like, that strain or pain, you know? Like, it's just like, you know what? I cracked my neck so well, I don't have to feel that anymore. A little, just a little bit, just a little something. Just a little something. I just want that real satisfying snap, and it's like, oh, I fixed it. I fixed it. And then there's like a rush of blood. And it's just like, oh. Got like color in my face again or something like that, you know? Something. Like your eyes open. Like, oh man, I can see the world with a little, just, I don't know, it's a little bit more saturated. Like you get your hearing back. Like, oh, there's like a whole frequency range that I can hear. Where you open up the Z dimension, and it's just like, dang. There's a whole realm sound that I can explore now that just wasn't possible before. That's what I want. That. Putting stuff in our food that like screws up our neck, probably. That's what I'm gonna say. I wish I could play Tristram. I wish I could play it. I'll be right back. Grab a drink. Grab a drink real quick. Get yourself a snack. Get yourself something. Get cozy. Get down, man. You know, get down, man. Just start dancing, man. Just get on with it. I'm feeling, man. Charge. Okay, my phone is charging. That's good. That's good. So I'm fucking dying at what Oubliettes wrote in the Discord, saying he was watching like he clicked on the stream and forgot like Twitch had ads and there was like a chick breastfeeding and in the corner there was me just kind of like sitting with a dopey smile just kind of looking over in the direction of where the ad was. He's just like, the fuck is Ross doing? Oh my gosh. It's fucking hilarious. Oh my gosh. You could probably watch breastfeeding on Twitch for educational purposes. Probably could. Probably could. This is a strictly educational stream. And like this is important. This is like a thing that happens in life. Probably could. Probably could. I'm just guessing. Just guessing. No, it's nothing weird. It's just like, you know, natural phenomenon, you know? Everyone watching is just clapping. That's all. Nothing wrong. We're just spamming cat hype. There's nothing wrong with that. Everyone's posting the gritty, the goose gritty. Sit down. I'm gonna sit down. Everyone's just posting the goose gritty. We're just, you know, we're just affirming that we're watching and learning. We're learning about breastfeeding. That's all. That's nothing weird. Nothing weird. Nothing wrong. No one's feeling any kind of way. We're just inquirers. Okay? Serious business. You must observe events in life. All right, let me play a great song if you're like breastfeeding. There's one I want to play. I'm trying to remember it off the top of my head. Oh, it's this one. Sen no Kiseki. Soup Skin! 500 bits. Wait, you said something. You said something. You said something. You said something, man. It had a message and might perhaps too small. Have a good one, Soup. Oh, you're tuning out? Let me see. Let me see. Ross de Borg. We move on for the night. Thanks, Ross. Thank you. I hope you have a good scheduled sleep tonight. So thank you. Have a good one. Rest well. One's Sen no Kiseki. Don't be defeated by a friend. Trails of the Cold Steel. The series. One of those really long running game series that nobody plays. Maybe one person does, but when they do, they're like completely obsessed with it. They have a very small and niche community, but I really love the music. I'm a huge fan of Nihon Falcom's music, and I can't stop learning their music. Like any game, it's just one of my favorites. I would love to be a part of like their band. They have like a live band that promotes the games and music and stuff. I wouldn't even care like if they had like they're such a small game studio. I'd love to just be like if they ever had like if they ever had one show in the States, I'd love to be a part of that like gaijin band or even in Japan. Just like, hey man, I'll just play at like a Days Inn, small little conference room at like a stock meeting and a shareholder meeting and like not understand one word or something, like what's going on. And you make jokes at my expense, like, you know, just whatever, like just anything. I'll play anywhere with them because I love their music. I don't care how tiny the venue is or how insignificant. What I like. Yes, yes, very JRPG boss battle theme. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I've not played this game. Often I'll just like I'll learn the music of a game before I even play it. Like it's like, oh man, I love the music in that game. I'll play it because of that. Tenant bend, bend, slide, vibrato, slide, bend again, vibrato, pull off, slide, bend again. Thank you for following, Tenant Ben. Thank you. Thank you. That one was a Magi Goe. It was Marty Friedman's cover of a enka tune. Enka is like Japanese blues, kind of traditional melody, traditional style. I think a singer who does that one is Sayuri Ishikawa or something like that. Very cool. Very cool tune. I like a few enka tunes, actually. I like the vocals, you know. I like trying to emulate the vocals on guitar. Kind of that wide vibrato and that kind of thing. That. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna try Viking Kong. King Gizzard songs. Oh man. All right. There was one. All right. All right. Yes, this one. Okay. One of like these. Wait, video unavailable? What's Perhelion? Hold on, I got. It'll show up. It'll show up. I don't know. Probably some German issue or something. German links. I got it. German links, man. I don't understand. Maybe it's like if for some reason has like a tag that says, "Oh, this is a German link," and Germany's like, "No, you can't show that to an American." Because I looked up the song and it just shows up right on regional licensing. They got a license. I'm gonna slow this one down and kind of give it a little bit of respect to learn. I'm hearing it's maybe down a E, like C sharp, drop C sharp. They're Australian, right? King Gizzard. The Carcass Band. Something like that. Going on the list. Adding them. Adding them. Mars for the rich. Mars, the rich, and the perhelion. And the things. Is Australian. Yes. This is kind of Fallout music in a way. If it like, you know, you could put it on Fallout. I'd put it on Fallout. You get some old timey stuff and then just a little bit of that rocking and that rolling. Make some good music. Yeah, there's what's that one? It's no, it's the so Mad Max, yeah. Yeah, Mad Max. Mad Max. Yeah. It's Alexander Volkanovsky's walkout music. It's that very famous song. It's like, was it Working Man? Not Working Man. It's is the band Working Men? Men at Work, Down Under. Men at Work, Down Under. Like a great tune. That's a good one. There's now they got sued bad for Man Down Under. Uses a melody from an old children's song. Wow. Somebody was sharing, was it Snow Candy was telling me, there's an Iron Maiden tune. It's Death or Glory. And it sounds like Doraemon. There's a Doraemon. Was it opening? It's one of the openings. And then let me turn this back to normal speed. It's Doraemon. Yeah. The flute in Man Down Under uses the exact melody from the nursery rhyme Kookaburra sits an old gum tree. There's 2 Australian champs in the UFC. It's Alexander Volkanovski and newly crowned champ Jack Della Maddalena. Was it featherweight and welterweight, I believe. It's a great tune. I've never played it before. It was fun. Now I gotta look up that Kabuta.
Kookaburra sits in the old gum tree. Merry, merry king of the bush is he. Laugh, Kookaburra, laugh. Kookaburra, gay your life.
No. Give me the. Was it the original? Now with the flute. Comparison.
Traveling in a fried-out combi on a hippie trailhead full of zombies. I met a strange lady, she made me nervous. She took me in and gave me breakfast. And she said, do you come from a land down under? Where women go and men
Kookaburra sits in the old gum tree.
First off, it's already a different tempo. It's already a different key, but that, you know, it could that's okay. Okay, it could be a different. But if the melody's the same.
Merry, merry king of the bush is he. Laugh, Kookaburra, laugh, Kookaburra, gay your life must be. Kookaburra sits in the old gum tree. Merry, merry king of the bush is he. Must be.
Sounds different. Sounds different. Hey, Frank Pandas, what's up? I am doing well. I'm doing very good. We're learning Australian musical plagiarism, legal rulings, and yeah, I mean, what I could do. Yeah, I mean, it's of course Australian court system is corrupt. I mean, there's been like interesting rulings as far as like music plagiarism has gone. I remember looking into Led Zeppelin, like they've gotten a lot of lawsuits, and there's like a lot of opinions about that. And there's people that like don't really even listen to like Led Zeppelin or even like have any kind of feeling. They just simply know about like plagiarism, like they just kind of come in from this plagiarism angle. They don't even necessarily come in like listening to the music and kind of like also just having kind of like any kind of appreciation for like what's going on. And like I don't know, man. I don't know. Stuff's different, but like they clearly were inspired by blues singers. And the thing is, blues musicians would like swap songs all the time, and I don't know. I mean, like, yes, music plagiarism laws have been like a thing for a long, like centuries and things like that, of just like recorded, copied stuff and that kind of thing. And like I think they didn't even realize they were gonna like become really big. And like I feel like they settled, and they were generous. They were generous to like be able to settle. Of course, not much written even about like the settlements themselves. Like I know like they settled with like Muddy Waters. Think about Whole Lot of Love. I forget. Might have been some other tune. I like looked into it a while back because I was doing a Led Zeppelin deep dive. I was listening to every single song, and the reason I wanted to listen to every single Led Zeppelin song was, well, one, there I haven't listened to every song at that time, and my friend was like, "Hey, have you listened to Led Zeppelin's last album? Like, are you aware of this?" I'm like, not really, In Through the Outdoor. Okay. So um yeah, so they made like what, 10 albums or something like that. Not a ton. Like they, started from like late 60s and then ended at like the end of the 70s. And they're like, "Hey, so we know you like Stairway to Heaven, we know you're into all that, Black Dog, but what we're really thrilled about is this song called Hot Dog." And it's like the most hilarious song. Like, they're really thrilled about this. Like, this is their. Hot dog! This is the band that gave us Stairway to Heaven. Like Immigrant Song and, Communication Breakdown and Moby Dick and like, The Battle of Evermore and, all that stuff. Achilles' Last Stand. And like, this is how, it's not bad, but I mean, Led Zeppelin, Like, I don't know. That was just funny to me. Hound dog, yeah. It's just, I had to know. I had to know what led them to that. And so, doing discography, like, if you listen to discographies, it's really funny. It's really interesting. You get, like, context of just, like, kind of how music developed, kind of what was going on in the band. I mean, they weren't the most serious band. Like, I think Led Zeppelin, studio band, they are excellent. Live, not so much. They probably had a few good live performances, but man, Robert Plant could, I don't know, like at least the performances that I've seen on tape, not my favorite. And just like, I don't know, Jimmy Page just couldn't, like, I don't know, he had like too many guitar parts and he was just trying to play everything and he couldn't. But man, he was a prolific and ahead of his time, and bands did not sound that, like, I don't know, it's one of those bands that, like, their song short just needed something on there to fill the numbers. It might have been, could have been, or it might have even, they're also young, they were maybe on drugs and kind of like, they threw something on there, and like, maybe even record label pressure or something, where just like they, don't really mention these kinds of things. They just kind of go, all right, and like their songs just evolved, like, I don't know. Let's see here. Let me look at who did Whole Lot of Love. Muddy Waters. Okay, so here we go. Like, they settled on this, so like it was an amicable thing. I know that also people look at the Spirit Taurus for Stairway to Heaven. That's just a totally different song. Like, the only thing that's like similar in that one, it's kind of like, know, but it's not like. Like, just going. That's such a common. It's such a common chord progression. It's just a lead, like, just. Silly to me. Silly to me. There was the Ed Sheeran one with the with Marvin Gaye estate, which those songs sound pretty dang similar, but Ed Sheeran won that case too, which is, you know, kind of crazy. Very simple concept. And there's also like the, you know, I think it was like Katy Perry or I don't know, somebody was like, it was basically just like the melody was a major scale. Like, I don't know, it was just basically going up a major scale. It was like, that's stupid. But here's the Muddy Waters one.
You got yarning, and I got money. Baby, you look so sweet and cunning.
Cool, Led Zeppelin.
Baby, way down inside. Woman, you need love. Woman, you need love. You got to have some love. I'm gonna give you some love. I know you need love. You just got to have love.
There's also the Willie Dixon version. Yeah.
You got
Wait.
yarning.
Well, I guess Muddy Waters did this one, but oh, hang on. Yeah, Muddy Waters. Yeah, of course. But like a whole lot of love, like the Led Zeppelin version. Like, I mean, it's great. You know, it's like, you know, basically staying in the same kind of thing. Let me hear it later in the song.
Baby, you know you need cooling. Woman, way down inside. Woman, you need love. You got to have some love.
There's like the part in the solos, like see the lyrics. It's like, I don't know. It's like baby, like not much lyrics to the thing.
You need fooling, baby, I'm not fooling. I'm gonna send you back to schooling. Way down inside, honey, you need it. I'm gonna give you my love. I'm gonna give you my love.
I forget which band, like Robert Plant, he was heavily inspired by this certain singer. I'm trying to remember. I was like finding this out. It was like Zeppelin, Robert Plant vocal influence. I forget the name. I had like all these like notes um written down. Like I reviewed every single album. I haven't like put it up. Runeword, what's up? Hey Parabender, what's up? What's up? I'm just kind of playing right now. I like playing like Yngwie Malmsteen. You just search for guitar player. Um what was it? It was trying to look. I'm trying to look. You're thinking of learning playing the guitar. Yngwie, he's a Swedish guitar. Never played anything in your life. I do have like I have open slots for guitar lessons, and I have a musical. I explain music theory on my Patreon. I have videos. In case you're interested in learning music, it's simple, kind of you know. You're 36. Is it too late? It's never too late to start music. Some people start music very late in life, and I think it just takes focus, dedication, and a passion to learn. And Def Leppard, I don't really know a whole lot of Def Leppard. I don't really listen to them, I guess. Um, what was it? It was you know what? I'm like reading, but I'm being like asked questions, and I want to like talk to you guys. So I'm gonna kind of drop this thing. Is playing guitar fun for some people right away? It was fun for me immediately. I was 11 when I first picked up a guitar. So my brother's friends came over, and this was doing that was enough for me. That was enough for me. Then, like, my brothers got like an acoustic guitar. They got like Samick guitars. That was like the beginner brand. And my brother was just like fun. Like, I don't know. He was like learning some punk songs, and then like he learned this thing. It was like it's Violent Femmes, Violent Femmes, Violent Femmes. There's a blister in the sun, you know? Yeah. They played wait, how does Dead Milkman? How does Dead Milkman go? Punk rock girl, let me hear this.
One Saturday I took a walk to Zipperhead. I met a girl there and she almost knocked me dead. Oh brother, please look at me. What do you see? Let's travel.
So what I teach is like ear training. So like I'm trying to like figure out the song. So one kind of changes a little bit, but like I don't know, you can like pick up stuff like right away. I think like basics of ear training is like you start with Love Bites, maybe. What if I don't? What if I like fail? What if I find out it's like too hard? Yeah, of course. And I think like you should sing while you play. You should try to like, you know, help yourself. Teachers like you can teach yourself by like connecting with music. Music is I think it's a full body experience. It's full body. You have to use your voice. You have to use your ears, your mind, and your hands, and you know you gotta get your ass involved in the beat. You got to you need a great deal of focus to. You will learn quicker if you know kind of engage your entire being with music. I'm not even trying to do like some hippy dippy thing, you know, where it's like, oh man, it's like an energy. No, like this is I think just makes sense with anything you do in life. You know, you probably have a job you need to, use everything in your arsenal to kind of learn how to do, or maybe you don't. Maybe everything's just, maybe nothing's really a challenge. And so you kind of need something else to sort of, uh, fill that void in life or something. So I think music is a great outlet of expression. Be able to, kind of a discipline that you can kind of engage in and bring yourself and others joy. You can share your link of inspiration, sure. Can't go wrong with music. There's always something interesting with music. So let's see, Love Bites. So that right there, I could hear that. What that is, it's an octave. Oh, no. It sounds like a synth. But everything has a note. Everything has a value to it. So that part. What that is. What that is, you learn like music theory. Kind of sounds like The Police, yeah. Has like that clean sound, you know? Whatever, yeah. Every breath you take. But yeah, so like what that is, you're hearing that's the fifth note of a major scale. What's the major scale? Well, it's the do re mi's you learn when you're a kid. Maybe you're in elementary school and you learn do re mi fa sol la ti do do so do. So, and what that is, what else you could? I mean, maybe you know that. Maybe you've heard of the do re mi's. Maybe you've heard of the Sound of Music. Do, a deer, a female deer, re, a drop of golden sun, me, a name I call myself. Whatever it is, you know. But the do re mi's, that's like the foundation of music. It's like basically you try to make associations with songs. Let the best person in the class play piano and we all watch. That's kind of a lot of education. It's they don't really do a good job of trying to get everybody engaged, or it's just very difficult because there's also too many people in class maybe, or there's a variety of reasons. But trying to get past all of kind of the negative experiences, but things that you remember. This right here, instead of me saying, well, that's the fifth note of the major scale, I could also say, that's Star Wars. Now, Star Wars kind of sucks now, so I mean, it's kind of, I don't like thinking about Star Wars, but the rain stick. You ever think about octaves and take it beyond music into maybe how the universe works? Well, yeah, like there is kind of a fundamental frequencies and things that occur in nature that can kind of give you a little bit different perspective of kind of how music works. But not everything is, necessarily could be. I don't think, there is math stuff where it's like, oh yeah, using math to explain music. There's like the mathematically in tune guitars and things like that. Oh, this should sound good, or when you hear something out of tune. But the thing is, we're brought up to we hear music like almost everything's out of tune. Almost everything is out of tune. But it's kind of what we're used to, what we're kind of hearing in culture. In Indonesia, they have gamelan music. And here's how's that sounds. You could say all of that is out of tune, but this is like completely within the bounds of the culture. I derailed you. I just want to hear you learn Def Leppard. Teaching about life, man. That's the core of how it's interesting, sort of intelligent pattern. Nah, man, I want to talk about Secret of Mana. Secret of Mana, that game, the Oracle, when you fight the Lich, the boss theme, is based off of Indonesian music. This Japanese game took Indonesian music as an inspiration. Anyway, the check, Indonesian music, Secret of Mana, video game music, sounds very intense. And this is kind of how to explain what different notes sound like. And you can learn theory. Yes, there is theory to learn, but I want to make the connection of, what theory or textbook thing, but really just something that is common to you. The fifth note of the major scale. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you lower that one. You lower that seventh note. That's how you get that first chord of that Love Bites song, okay? Something like that, maybe? What I mean, lower it. So here's what I mean. So let me explain the concept of pitch. Pitch are notes. Notes are tones. There are tones that are higher and there's tones that are lower. Let me demonstrate what a lower tone is. This is the lowest tone I can play on the guitar. That's the highest tone I can play on guitar. I can bend notes. So I'm lowering the pitch. When Mario jumps in Super Mario, that's raising pitch. Now, pitch is not volume. Volume is loud and soft. Pitch is high and low. What are the strings for? The strings, I don't know. Different bracts of tones, that's correct. So, in Western music, this is from Europe, the Americas. Our understanding of music is 12 notes, okay? We split it into 12 notes. Now, we don't... To me, this is the bottom note. Now, in elevation, this is the highest string. But in pitch, it's the lowest sounding note. Strings I mean, these are pulled together. They have tension, and so when you pluck it, it makes a sound, and the sound bounces. So these sound waves, they bounce and they ring in our ears, and so we interpret these sounds. Now, the thing is, when you play a sound on the guitar, you can use your thumb, you can use your fingers, and things like that. Now, if you've never played a song before, it's going to be interesting. You might do that. What I tend to do with my beginner students, I may even just have you use thumbs. And just brush the strings. You don't have to pluck very hard to make the sound. Now with a pick or plectrum, some of our viewers may be from across the pond. The minimum amount of force you need to produce a sound. About that much. I hold my pick very close to the tip. Very close to the tip. I don't leave very much. I hold it kind of like a pencil. But I don't really move it like that. You make it shorter and you get a different sound. Technically, yeah. When you pluck around here, you do that. You can do a downstroke, you can do an upstroke. You can place your palm and dampen the strings. Now, if you get closer up here, you don't really get a sound. It's muted. You get some noise over there. When you put it on the bridge or a little bit past it, it kind of dampens the sound. It's kind of like putting your face in a pillow and screaming. Further back is best. Yeah, basically. That's how I teach palm muting. Palm muting. But really the most pure sound is when you let it ring. Study math, so you know frequencies. Now, there's harmonics that your strings can produce. So notes, when you pluck a string, there's more than one sound ringing at once. There's a fundamental note, it's like the lowest, and then there's all these degrees. And with math, you get these different frequencies. When you do harmonics, now I don't know. I'm not really a mathematician. But you get these harmonics that are produced and it sounds different. You get pretty pure with its key. Well, and same thing with piano. I believe it's not just one sound. It's a group of sounds happening at once. And so there's different things. So, for example, those are two different notes. That sounds more pure. And it's dependent on how much pressure I put. I put feather light pressure on my fingers on the string. Right above where the fret bars are. Pitch is just higher or lower tones. That's what pitch is. Harmonics, well, that's produced by kind of lightly, there's natural harmonics, there's same, not different octave. I don't know. The same note can be produced on the 5th fret harmonic and the 7th fret on the next string. Pitch is a musical term. I wouldn't say they're used interchangeably. Frequencies have a specific value, a note value, and you know, that is measured in like hertz and things like that, and but yeah, pitch, you know, we just kind of, we're basic. We only count to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, or when I first teach guitar, before I even really go over notes and stuff like that, I mean, like, this is the E string, this is the low E string. And the first dot, like, there's dots on this neck here. This is the head, this is the neck, this is the body. These are the strings, these are the frets. But there's a dot right here. I go, oh, this dot. And then you go to the second one. ちょっと待って。日本語わかりますよ。ACDC よ。ACDC, yes. はい、日本語わかります。なんか日本から来ましたか？マジかよ。なんか日本人喋ってる。僕も。いいね。日本語に住んでる。そうなん。Damn. Hey, man. I teach music, but, you know, I'm a performer, all that. いや、僕は日本に住んでいるアメリカ人。そうなん。なるほどね。あ、住んでる、なんか、マス、what's a I don't even know what math is in Japanese. Maybe Twitch recommended you. I mean, that's possible. I like Japanese. So what's math? And I forgot what math is. Sugaku. Sugaku, yes. Throw Killer, what's up? I'm teaching music. Sugaku. Okay. なるほどね。わかります。it's 久しぶりにその言葉をなんですね。あまり使わない。でも、私は学校辞めた。音楽、そう。わかります。いや。なんか私のタイトル、音楽が書いてるんですね。はい。Yeah, so I've written, yeah, that in the title. But anyway, maybe for now, we'll probably speak English. I don't know. I haven't really done music lessons in Japanese. I kind of did, but a little bit. Hi. Yeah, I lived there 2 years. Maybe N3, not N2. I wouldn't say N2. I've not taken a test. I would say I would probably fail N3. But I'm about that level. Like conversationally, I could speak probably barely N2. I'm maybe barely N3. I've not taken a test though. Barely passed. I do want to live there. I'm planning on moving there maybe the end of this year. Try it out and kind of like try doing music and stuff. I don't have any degrees or anything, but I do want to like go there, play music, go into like, you know, maybe check out a talent agency and try to get in like, I don't know, commercials or something like that. Maybe try different theaters or something like that, or just whatever. Oh, this has been a long time. Like this is a long time planning, man. Like this has been yeah. No, hope it works out, man. Yeah, I'm trying. I don't know. David Lee Roth. Yes, I know. Yes, wasn't he? Was he a? No, he wasn't a EMT there, right? I know he lived there for a bit. Yeah, I saw his interview on Rogan about that. Other things. He did martial arts. Yeah, that's right. He was very interesting to hear about, talking about that. Yeah, I'm planning maybe the end of the year. I don't know how long. Basically my goal. This is the Burrito, the unrealistic goal. Of course, you have to set unrealistic goals, right? I want to make enough that I can travel back and forth at least like once or twice a year from Japan to here. So I want to do stuff here and Japan. I think I just, you know, I can't completely, you know, leave. I don't know. Like I need to be able to do both here. Like America's, you know, very very useful. But like I want to be able to make enough, and I'm trying to kind of plan out my career that I can do that. I'm getting some help from my brother. I'm trying to work on another course. Could be very possible if you don't plan to go during main tourist season. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Like I definitely like to save, you know, to kind of do that. But I have money right now. Heard of this kid MK Gee? I don't know. Oh. Is this too much of a derail right now? Should we kind of talk about music? I mean, I'm fine with whatever. I'm fine with whatever. You guys tell me what you want to do. You guys tell me what to do. I like this conversation. I like talking. I like playing music. I like just playing as well. But I think we should talk. Let's talk. Let's get to know each other. I'd love to travel to Japan. You've gone. Yeah, you've gone. I think I would go to Tokyo. I used to live in Kyoto. I used to live in Nara, Amagasaki, which is near Kobe. I used to live in Shikoku. These were all like different month periods. I lived there for Ninenkan, 2 years. This is your inspiration? It's like a synthesizer thing.
And if she's looking hard, she will find it. I can't be your wasted time. Yeah, you just like to side. You can't relax it side. In of the night, you calling, screaming like you lost all your conscience. Did I repeat it? Tell me tired. The only one I've desired. The only one I've desired. The only one I've desired. I got better, something to shake it. Way you forgot to win this fight. Cause it's like you gave me my love. It's like you gave me my love.
Like the volume jump is like really startling, man. Still waiting. There's two of you guys that came at the same time. You both are partially noisy but kind of catchy. Yeah, it's kind of noisy. It has a groove. It's interesting. It's interesting. May I go back to Love Bites? I'm gonna go to Love Bites real quick. Okay, I'm doing a little bit of flip flop music things. I maybe don't have the best attention, but then again, that might just be streaming. Def Leppard. Here we go. I got 20 seconds into the song. Yeah, let's see here. So like okay, like trying to figure out notes. Now, when you first start, you maybe can only think of one note. And I think what helps in ear training is when you can try to latch on to a note. Da, 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 Maybe that's the note you need to hear. Da 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 da. Da. You know, so if you hear a note and you hear the tension, da, 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 da. Okay, and it's hard to focus. It's hard to like anchor on a note. Mm, 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 mm. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. I mean, I'm here. Like, this is maybe that's it. You could also add this note, and it's kind of implied, and the chord, and it sounds fine. Third and fourth sound similar.
When you make love, do you look in your mirror? Who do you think of? Does he look like me? Do you tell lies and say that it's forever? Do you think twice?
Well, like when you're first learning too, so like I think it's good to use your voice to kind of help you, kind of understand what your fingers are playing too. Once you get better at like your mechanics, I tend to tell people to focus just on the bass notes first, and that might even be difficult at first. Just that. I would count 4. It's 4 separate notes, but I think 3 notes, 3 different pitches. But if you're also just playing, the thing is you don't have to play music exactly, because there's also rhythm involved. This is kind of these are melodies. These are different separate melodies. Melody is a string of notes. Which ones were the same pitches? The second and third. This was a repeated note. In terms of intervals, which is the space between 2 notes, this was a unison. Or a perfect one. There's different qualities between different notes. So, for example, a unison. So, there's concept. Enharmonic notes. You can play the same note on different strings. Or whatever, right? It's not working. Anyway, in Japanese, each sound takes the same amount of time. Yes, still is. And and then if it's a long O, that's sort of like a difficult, thing for foreigners to kind of pick up on, or at least Americans. They're not quite used to like the long O sound. Things like that. So that's sort of a thing. Yes, I mean in English. It's like they don't quite know like where it happens, or maybe kind of that kind of concept. I mean, they don't really have like the pitches kind of in their language, but there are like different intonations and things like that kind of change meanings. What was it? It's like kaki. There was like 2 different words. It was what was it? It was like persimmons and something else. I forget. High and low pitch. Oyster and persimmons. Persimmons is kaki, and then oyster is kaki. Yeah. Sailboat. Sail. On sale. So rain or candy. different notes being visualized in an oscilloscope. Scope. I think sine waves really helps you understand relative pitch. Maybe that's a way to kind of approach. Anyway, love bites. I don't have an oscilloscope. I don't. I mean, I could make sine waves on this pedal, but let's go back. Let's go back. Where's my? Anyway, love bites. Love bites. Egg bites.
Just touch and see.
Yeah, so notes are singular tones, chords are multiple notes at the same time. Okay, so let me kind of explain a little bit of rhythm. So you can kind of guess when the next note is going to happen if you understand rhythm. Rhythm is kind of when notes happen. How the hell do I figure out the notes of a chord from listening? I learned a lot of songs, and I've been practicing kind of how music works. And a lot of popular music has a specific way that it grooves. Rock and roll music in particular, most of it is on the counts of 4. Okay? Great when rhythm throws you off in a song. That's what makes music interesting. There's only so many notes, as Chael Sonnen says from the UFC. But, you know, but it's where you place it. 4/4, yes. Common time is 4/4. 4 beats. Okay, 4 beats. 1, 2, 3, 4. And each note has quarter note. Okay? You hate when rhythm throws you off. It's the mathematician in you. But this should be interesting. This should be interesting to you as a mathematician. I mean, you study intricate, you know, kind of these variations and things like that. Slice and dice 4/4. You know, and you'll kind of find out with pitch, you know, like things kind of, like the math doesn't quite, you know, they're trying many different ways to kind of, you know, attack those things. But the imperfections, music, I think, is what makes it art, you know, more than math. You know, like there's definitely a logical way to kind of explain kind of these things. But again, professional programmer. So here we go. Let me kind of take a section of the song. You could break up songs in chunks. Okay, this will help you. Breaks up songs in chunks. You'll kind of understand kind of how these things. You hear that thumping sound? That kind of grounds you of where the chunks of the songs maybe could start. And this could be relative. You don't have to necessarily start where I start. If I'm a guitar player, if you're a drummer, if you're a bassist, if you're a synth player, if you're a vocalist, you have different interpretations of how you feel the music. Everybody kind of interprets it. Some people can count while they're playing, feel it and everything. I don't do that. I don't quite listen to music that way. I mean, I can count certain sections, and I tend to do that when I am stuck on a part. Then I use a little bit of math, and I try to analyze it, slow it down, speed it up, try to get it up to, you know, up to par. This is the rock and roll thing. It's that beat. When you feel music, you tap your foot. Do you slap your knee? You use a metronome. I sometimes use a metronome, but I think it's important for you to be able to connect with music. If you can connect with the metronome, you connect with songs, you're doing your job as a musician. A musician needs to be able to express themselves. You can't have a metronome express music for you. Musician must express. Musician must show the art. This is how you do it. You listen to the song. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I am the metronome. Your core is your count. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1E and a 2E and a 3 and a 4E and a 2, 3, 4. Gotta get your ass in the music, man. You get this is my principle that I teach. Your core is your count, okay? Metronomes can help. Metronomes can help you kind of get more solid. Let's find out. That's too fast. Who is in control of the band? Who controls time? If you say the drummer, incorrect. Okay? If you say the guitarist, incorrect. Everybody should be in control. Okay, so in control of the band, it's the band leader or the director. But as far as time, who keeps time? Generally, the drummer will set the tempo in like a rock band. That tends to happen, but so are people just like talking musically in a band? In a sense, I think that's my goal as an instructor. You set up rules before you go on stage. Sometimes you do. In professional settings, I've done a lot of different professional gigs. I've done music theater where it's done to a click track, where you hear this. You know, that's in your ear, and then you hear a little voice. 1, 2, 3, go, or whatever. 3, 4, and then you go. You know, it could be a little count, or next song, SOS, whatever it is. So there's no fighting. There's been many an argument in music. Now, you know what? Nobody's ever argued ever in music, ever. It's gone pretty well for every band. The blast. That's what Dimebag was probably saying before, he got shot. So let's find out the tempo. Tempo is how fast a song goes. And there's a pulse in music. And this is where I try to establish a pulse in a song, okay? I try to establish a pulse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. I could also just look up what's Love Bites tempo. Mostly, I would say that helps me a lot. The pulse, it's your pulse, it's your heartbeat. You can be talking really fast and you have a pretty slow heartbeat. Love Bites is a song with 131 BPM. Really? I don't feel it like that. Whatever it is, I don't know the song, yeah, the bar, the beat, your measures, it's each 4 count, but maybe you feel it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and a da, 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 1 and a da, da, da. I don't know. Like I'm just kind of singing it out. I don't really know the song. This is like maybe the first time I've heard this one. I don't really listen to Def Leppard, but we're analyzing it. We're analyzing it, okay? Yeah, there's probably 2 guitar players, maybe. I don't know. I wasn't really listening for that. There are 2 guitars. That's also the other thing. It's, you know, what are you kind of latching onto when you listen? That's also like it's kind of like when you're teaching, you know, it's like, hey, did you hear that thing? And it's like, wait, I'm not really sure what you were listening for. What are you honing in on? Yeah. One guy's just playing like this one chord every now and then. The guy's he's going like yeah, he's awesome. I mean, he's just like a star. He's making the song sound epic. You know, like this is just kind of whatever the chords are. I mean, it's just kind of solid, you know, it kind of, you've already been grabbed by that, but the new part is whatever he's doing, I don't know. Oh yeah, Vivian Campbell. I mean, he was in he was with Dio. You know, Holy Diver. You know. If you want to support my channel, you could subscribe. You can also check out my Patreon. I have the starter pack is $10 tier. There's also lessons if you want to learn lessons. But if you just kind of, I don't know, if you're like requesting, you know, if you kind of feel generous, you can send me bits. Each bit is like 1 cent. Like I get 1 cent from that. Twitch doesn't really take a cut from that. There is, I mean, it is at like an expense. You know, if you're on mobile, I don't necessarily recommend sending bits on mobile. 1,000 bits would be like $10 to me. You don't have to cheer that much. But thank you so much for the bits. Thank you so much. I do teach. You're legend. A big W's in the chat. Big W's in the chat for Pairbender. I do enjoy teaching guitar. I do like these kind of improvised lessons. And I teach the fundamentals of guitar. You know, from what notes are, you know, kind of, at least from music. My background is as a performer, a director, and, you know, kind of playing in a lot of shows. You know, I'm playing a lot of rock music. I know a lot of different styles, and you know, if you're just to hear, just to cheer or just to hang out or anything, thank you, Greedo. I really appreciate that. I've been teaching. I do have a passion for teaching. I love teaching. I've been teaching my whole life. Can I play with ambient? Of course. Of course. No. Or even something different. Well, I've not. So what my kind of like musical background. So I'm mostly just like, I mean, I took lessons at like a music store and stuff like that. But my first paid professional gig was at Busch Gardens, Williamsburg, and I was I played in like their British Invasion show. There was like Eric Clapton, David Bowie, things like that. Queen, you know. So like theater gigs, things like that. I've done music theater, a bunch of different shows. Rock of Ages is one. Maybe you've seen the movie. Maybe you heard about it. I've done not in the movie. There was a show in Vegas, but this was just regional stuff. I've done like Flashdance. I've done Mamma Mia. Can I play the fairy fountain from Zelda? Maybe. I mean, I love like video game music. That kind of mellow ambient. Let's see, what else? I'm trying to remember. Just popping into Sark stream. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. That's all good. Dude, Sark is a legend. He's so funny. He's hysterical. That game he's playing is like nuts. Here's an effect. I wanted to kind of show this one. This one I call porcelain. This one is rewind. This one I call bathing. Well, I mean, I set the parameters to this one. I mean, like it's already built into the floorboard. I didn't invent it or anything like that. I mean, I'm not that smart or anything, but that's kind of like a sound I like. There's like a little under. There's like like an octave lower. It's like maybe 2 octaves lower. Sorry, that was guitar messing up. This one I call all knowing. This whole preset I call holy. But like this one's all knowing. This one This one basically has the rewind, and then it has like all of that delay and that decay, and you know, it lasts forever. StarCraft. Yeah. So that. Anyway, so that kind of stuff, you know. Those are some of my more ambient things. Back to Love Bites. Back to Love Bites. I think. Right. Right. Too much of a derail, maybe. Was that a derail? Are we on a new thing? Like, I don't know. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. No, we're learning. We're learning. We're breaking down Love Bites. So we were talking about pulse. We're talking about tempo. How fast music is. And a metronome will kind of establish kind of what is the chunk that everybody is playing. Now, can you have music where people are playing different tempos? Sure. I think people do that. Maybe they interpret in different tempos. Maybe they feel certain beats, or they need to anchor on a certain beat to feel something. I had some gushers. I know it's like a kid's snack or whatever, but I don't care, man. It's like good, you know. Tempos can sync. Yes, that's true. Like eventually they will sync, you know, if the song's long enough. I think what was it, Captain Beefheart in the Magic Band, you know, he didn't understand music. But he was like a he was like a pretty vicious band leader. They could sync on to 12, yeah. You know. I was just playing a song called Polyrhythm, which, you know, they have like a certain polyrhythm thing and they eventually kind of line up, but you know, it happens at a certain part of the song. Yeah, like Captain Beefheart didn't really have any music training or anything, and everybody was playing different rhythms. You know, he like wrote out his stuff in like chicken scratch stuff, and Japanese numbers sync with the English numbers too. So, anyway, you can have stuff like that. You know, you can have music that's polymetric or polyrhythmic. You know, but generally, most popular rock music kind of established in these 4/4 chunks. Now, feeling rhythm, or like getting being able to kind of feel some of these odd rhythms. I think it starts from one. You know, let me get kind of a bone dry. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and if you're playing with a guitar, you do a downstroke on 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe do a down or upstroke on the ands. So we go 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Okay, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Okay, but music can be subdivided even further. 16th notes: 1 en, a 2 en, a 3 en, a 4 en, 1 en, a 2 en, a 3 en, a 4 en. You can't keep that up though. I'm tapping my foot every fourth. Gonna break it down, but you're grooving with their songs. You know, that's the great thing about music. You know, sometimes it takes time to start to appreciate kind of when those changes happen, or kind of the sudden, you know, things. Some of my favorite things is like when songs are arranged a little bit differently. For example, Michael Jackson, Human Nature, you know, when he played it live in Wembley. I think this is one of the great performances, and just like somebody who's so locked in, and just kind of like, you can change songs and then, you know, have these pauses. You know, some of the most powerful things in music, I think, is the pauses of just kind of. Almost as big.
Reaching out
It's a joke, man. Sorry.
Hear her voice. Shake my way.
What I really like is the clean guitar in this. This is one of the great parts. One of my favorite things to do is kind of play in that kind of style. It's like a Steve Lukather part from Toto. But like, obviously, Michael has a different guitar player playing for this performance. But like, on the studio, Steve Lukather's part. I'm muting, and so what I'm doing with my left hand... and I'm trying to just be a little bit creative with it. And I need to do that to kind of feel it, but I also need, gotta get your ass in the music. You gotta bounce. I'm feeling this, and that's how I can like really settle and like reset if I mess up. So I have to like lock in with the tempo.
Get me down the nighttime.
If you've seen the Wembley performance when he's doing Human Nature, the snare, that snare hit, he's like throwing his, like he's doing a move too. And it's accented so loud. It's awesome. Michael Jackson is huge. I'm very influenced by like his movements, like when he's playing music and stuff. Him, James Brown, Prince, you know, all the guys that like did these kind of movements and stuff like that. I'm not as good as them, obviously, but I move a lot on stage, and I think performance, you know, it's another all legends. You know, I love people. Do I know Bad Brains? I do not know Bad Brains. I don't know.
If this town is just an apple, then let me take a bite. If they say why, tell them that it's human nature. Why? Can they leave it that way? They say why? Tell them that it's human nature. Why? Can they leave it that way? Reaching out.
We'll pause there.
Electric eye everywhere. See that
So if you're in Michael's band,
she knows I'm watching.
how do you
She likes the way
keep up with this? If he stops the music, you gotta keep it. You can't stop yourself. With how cool Michael Jackson is, you can't stop focusing if you're in part of his band. And I think a lot of newbies, when they start music, they lose track of the song. He's the leader, of course, and he might have somebody that handles the band separately. He's setting the time. He definitely does. When he's going. Whatever the guitar player is playing, I don't really know. Whatever's Actually, let me hear that. they're still in the song. They just
Electric eye don't
they
let
cut
me
out
get.
that part.
They say why? Down on that is human nature. Why? Can you be that way? They say why? Why? Down on that is human nature. Why? Can you be that way? I like living this way. I like loving this way. Reaching out.
Well, this is a break until Michael kind of gets the band back in.
Into the night. It began to be
So it's a 1, 2, 3, 4.
into the night. It began to be
So it's like a.
into the night.
6, 7, 8.
It began
Yes.
to be
It might.
into the night. It began to be I'm dripping on the street. Everybody sing. They say. Everybody.
So anyway, I love that song. You know, it's interesting. Like my goal, like as a teacher, is to help people be able to express themselves musically and to kind of realize their potential of what they can do with sound. You are literal chronomancers. You have control over time, and I think that's awesome as a musician. And it's a collaborative element. You can express yourself with people in a different language. And 8 notes on the blah 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 nature part, but they're not on the same mountain. I mean, and this is kind of they aren't on clicks. I don't even think they're on clicks. I don't think they do that. I think maybe Michael did that later in his career. He had like clicks or a monitor, and he could like, you know, see how much he could hear himself and things. Things were just kind of different. Maybe he had them. I mean, he was the biggest pop star in the world at this time, and but a lot. I mean, there's shows where you have a click track or where you have inner monitors. Some, like Queen. I don't think they don't use clicks. They don't use. Yeah, like it kind of fit on time, and it might even be a vocal cue. Because he goes. And he like says something, so maybe he leads that, and then maybe there's somebody, because I don't think he didn't know music, like he didn't write out music, like he kind of wrote with his voice and like with track, and he also had help. He had writers and things like that, but so there's probably like a music director along with Mike. I'm just guessing, like, because he had a huge production. There's probably somebody else to kind of help the musicians, like, okay, here's all the music, or maybe they just learned it. It's just like these cats I could trust, and they kind of do their own thing, and because they do deviate a little bit than what's on the studio. They do. I mean, with these pauses and these little sounds, and yeah, I mean, it's like it's jazzy sounds. There's not just the same thing that happens. There's a little bit of eight in it. Um, um, yeah, one and first two are fast, and then the rest take some time. Could be, could be. Um, that's sort of the that's sort of the other part of music is mistakes. Rolling with mistakes. It's like if everybody can kind of reset. This is a really tight band. This is a really tight band. There are fluctuations in tempo. There are fluctuations. Like I've screwed up starting songs many times. And it's like, Ross, you're going way too fast. Ross, you're going a little slow. You're dragging a little bit. And then they kind of heal it. I remember like even just like a simple tune like was it Everybody Wants to Rule the World? Or I'd go like but it's like something like that. I forget, Is slower easier for everybody though? When you've drunk energy drinks, no, it's hard. No, you're like can't really slow your heart down. I tend to find these do help me for performance and like putting on a show. If I've had maybe them too close together or maybe some other kind of factors, it's sometimes hard to slow my heart down for certain songs. Because that could be a way I like feel a tune. There's a lot of ways to try to settle in tunes. Of course, what may be slow for you might be, different for me. Slow might be really fast, relatively speaking. Do I pay attention to the audience when I play? I try to. I think it's important to give the audience a show. Maybe a good example, or a bad example of paying attention to the audience. I was reading chat and playing an extremely difficult song, and I screwed it up at the end. I don't know if anybody noticed, but I was playing a lot worse at the end of the song because I started reading all the funny stuff that Greedo and Carcasses and Soupskin were writing, and Captain Taisho Bushido Blaster, Ippo the Froge, like everybody was saying really funny stuff. I couldn't focus on the song. That's Twitch. That's reading though. I shouldn't read. But in shows, I try to point to people. I try to give them some energy. I've tried to tell this to my students in the band. They like want to just play accurately. They want to just look at their fretboard and never look up. Maybe I should get TTS. I have some alerts up, like follows and bits and things. I tried setting it up. I think I screwed it up. When I build my PC, which is going to be within a couple days, when I get the last part in, I'll probably definitely set up everything. I do fear for having the stream be too noisy, too distracting, because I just want to play, I don't know. But at the same time, audience participation and people can send bits. This is how they do it on Twitch. This is how they are cheering. This is how they're engaging themselves and interacting with this show. And maybe there's other ways I can do this where I can have them affect lights or sounds or something, or create cheers. Maybe there's a whistle cheer. I don't know. Maybe that's like a super rare cheer that like never happens. That I say there's like the secret cheer and then it just like never shows up. Not that that's like ever happened before. I don't think so in the history of streaming. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? But but again, imagine having a secret cheer with whistles, and like somebody going, yeah, yay, imagine, um, couldn't be a thing. Imagine it being a 1 in 72 chance. It's probably already happened and nobody could hear it. I get anxious sometimes at a live show because I think if something sucks, I'm afraid the person on stage reads my face. But on the other hand, when it's awesome, I feel like feel it's awesome. Both of those are excellent experiences. I've had so many shows. I've had shows where I feel nothing. I've had shows where I feel there's nobody in the audience and I put on the best show of my life. I've had shows where I've had many people, thousands of people in the audience, and I feel nothing. And I've had shows with thousands of people and I feel great. There's a big wide range of things. I've had to perform the worst times of my life. And I've had to endure all that, but it's kind of interesting how you can kind of I've had to like go by the force where it's like, man, I'm like about to drink some bad like I don't know, some pet bottle eggnog crap, and then it just sucks and it kills your stomach and you got to perform and getting lightheaded because I don't know, it's like just this weird food poisoning effect. One time I felt like I controlled the people on stage with my reaction, but I was also high. Man, like that's the thing about being on stage, or even like when you connect with people, like you can influence people on stage and like you can get people clapping when you're on the stage and you're directing. Like I remember like this was stuff I try to teach my students, like how can you get audience participation? How can you like get them involved? It could be a clap, starting a clap. It could be just pointing at people and just like asking them a question. And like there was always like little things like, hey, how you doing? Make sure you tip your bartender, that kind of stuff. But I was like, you really want to like? I mean, you could do that, and that's a nice thing to say. How do you really want to do a show? You want to do a show where you don't even say anything at all, and you just good evening, people. You know what time it is? It's time to rock. Like I don't know. I'm not gonna scream. It's 4 a.m. Like you can start a show however you want. In fact, this is my favorite way of starting a show. It was Yngwie Malmsteen on G3 with Steve Vai and Joe Satriani. Like Yngwie's entrance in like what was it? Come on, give me the G3 in Denver. Come on, I want to see this. Can I get the full thing? I thought this was like an amazing. No, it's just the album. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it. This was like this was so influential to me. Maybe it's on somewhere else other than D3 Daily Motion. I'm gonna show this. I want to show this. Can I do this? Hang on. Let me see if I can do this. Yngwie Malmsteen is my favorite. I mean, I'm wearing his shirt right now. And like, this was such a big deal to me. Like, it altered the whole course of like how I wanted to play guitar. Like, this guy looks like Johann Sebastian Bach. And I did it. I did the cropping. Okay. And let's put this. Is it okay if it's small? Should I make me small? Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna keep it like this. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway. Isn't that awesome? Doesn't he look cool? Come on, man. We're at the concert. Go. I want to play along with him. That's a cool intro. Look at that guy. That guy's cool. I don't know. Maybe he's Swedish. Guitar swing. Dude, he's fat. He didn't even care. This is fat Yngwie. Good evening, people. He doesn't even say people. He says peepo. And I say exactly that at concerts. I go, good evening, people. I say it exactly like that. I don't say people. I don't say people. Because we're not, no, man. Nah. He's on rock and roll, man. Good evening, people. Yngwie fucking Malmsteen, that's who. Okay. Alright. You never get that hype. He's been doing this his entire career. I've been every show I've done, I wanted this kind of energy. Like I always want to do this. I don't like doing like low energy stuff. I've done it and I like always regret it. I'm just like kind of lame, man. No, like hold on. Let me back up. Like me and my brother laugh about this all the time. It's time to rock. All right. Listen to that. Dude, the kick. Did you see that kick? I messed up the kanji. I was trying to just say konbanwa, but it just like went to that kanji. Konbanwa! Good evening, people! Anyway, dude, Yngwie's the best, man. Yngwie is the best. I don't care. I don't care. There's people that play real technical and stuff. That man changed my life, okay? I've seen him like 3 times. I saw him in Virginia twice. I saw him in Miami one time. He was playing with Steve Vai as well. Like, it was always amazing. Always amazing. Oh, I love that. This is such a classic. So cool. So I've been playing his music since I was like 14. And I'm 35 now, so like maybe 21 years at some point. Like I love Yngwie Malmsteen, man. This is it. This man right here. This is like why I want to do this. Like, he was like my second guitar hero. That was like mine, you know, but like he really altered the course of just like everything I want to do. And like how I want to play and like how I want to like chord music and like I don't know, he's got an intensity. He's locked in, man. Look at this man. This man, he doesn't care. This was the Fat Yngwie era. Now, I don't mean that disparagingly. Fat Yngwie was an awesome era. We got so much good music. This is an older song he's been playing for a long time, but this is Evil Eye. Evil Eye. Okay? Look at him. He's like showing them. He's like pointing at people. He's kicking. Keyboard solo. What do you do? What do you do during the keyboard solo? You just sit there? You just sit there and just go... Oh. Oh. No, you... Magic hands. Oh, I'm kind of big. I can't really do this. You know, I can't really move around. What does that mean? Man out there is throwing his guitar. He's putting his entire heart and soul into this. Saying he's playing fast, that's not feeling. That's more feeling than anybody's ever fucking felt in their fucking life. Drummer doing the sticks. Look at this man. This is the first song. The first song. Hair. I'm not even sweating at all, okay? I've been going almost 5 hours. I haven't even broken a sweat yet. That's because I'm not trying hard enough. That's a problem. It's a problem. That means I'm not doing enough, okay? Ross, you're not getting paid a whole lot on this gig. Shouldn't just play for exposure, man. Shouldn't just play for exposure, man. Like, you're not getting paid enough. Like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't do anything unless I get like paid for it. Huh? I thought we were doing this because music was fun. I thought we were doing this because this is how we live. You think the songbirds need to get an extra paycheck to sing, to find their mate, so they can give their posterity? This is what they do for life, okay? Everything on earth creates, whether we want to or not. Whether we're going to sit down and do nothing or not. So, this is what you do. You give the people their money's worth. You do it whether you're getting your money's worth or not. Because this is for your life. It may pay the bucks down the line, okay? There is that hope. There is definitely that hope. You gotta hold on to that hope. So good. Oh, I heard it's bad. I heard this is a bad habit if you're playing with like your thumb. Why is that a bad habit? He sounds like the Electric Mayhem, man. He sounds like the Electric Mayhem. Like, he sounds like... That's awesome. That's awesome. That's as good as it gets. That's as good as it gets. For, like, being a frontman. I mean, we were talking about Michael Jackson. We were having a good time.
Thank you. We're filming DVD tonight, so you can go as fucking crazy as you want, people. I was on one. Here's a brand
I don't care that he's out of breath, man.
new one from an album called Attack. It's gonna be out soon, and it's called Baroque and Roll.
Playing new stuff right away. All right, you knew this. This was the old song. It was a brand new song. He doesn't even say brand new. He's Swedish, you know? He's lived in America a long time, probably longer than Sweden. Brand new. Okay?
Roll. I was on one. Here's a brand new one from an album called Attack. It's gonna be out soon.
His Rolex. He got rollies, man. He got rollies. 今の演技は、なんか、イングリッシュマン。ごめん。なんか読んでなかった。なんという。ごめん。なんか前に、なんか YouTube で、なんかコメント。イングリッシュ、down a lot。そう。今のイングリッシュ。こういったスリムになりましたね。そうやね。Big little foot。フォローしてくれた。ありがとうございました。Thank you so much for following. We're talking about Yngwie Malmsteen, man. We're looking at this performance. This is maybe one of my favorite performance that he's done. I mean, maybe it's not the most, but this was definitely one of the most impressionable when I was like 14. I was like, oh, that's who Yngwie Malmsteen is. There's a thing about his guitar. It's got scalloped frets. When he was a young man, he worked at a luthier. Worked with a luthier. They got lutes from 16th century, and the frets were kind of scooped in like that. Well, that's kind of interesting. We took one of his old guitars, or bad neck or something. Did that, put it on for strings. And he liked it. He liked the way he could get into the bowls of the strings. You know, he could get a lot more control. And it makes it harder to play. But kind of gives more control over the vibrato. And so he put it on one of his good guitars, and obviously he was like, it's made my bad guitar neck better. What do you think of his frown? His frown? Awesome. Okay. The frown. What's the frown? Mayu Oshimeru? Mayu? Frowning. Eyebrow. Oh wait, Mayu? That's what eyebrow is? I didn't know that. So anyway, that's his guitar. So they have those little scoops in it. And I remember my friend, he's like, dude, he plays guitar so much that like his frets are like caved in. It's like I don't know, it's funny, man. It's just funny thinking he like played so hard his frets are like caved in. And kind of almost believed it for like a second. It's almost like a level of like learning that Akuma, or like telling that story that like Akuma is in Resident Evil or something if you beat the game like 10 times without getting hit or something. It's like, dude, he like plays so much that like his frets are like...
And it's called Baroque and Roll.
Like a. Whatever, it's classic. Why not take a chance? Why not take a chance when you play? I mean, it's hard for me to. Anyway. Get in there. So, like, Yngwie's main thing is, like, the arpeggios. Whatever, I'm playing it wrong, but what an arpeggio is a broken chord. Chords are many notes. So he'll break them up. And so, you know, they connect. You can find the same chord in different spots since, you know, they kind of share harmonies. So they kind of connect. That's kind of what he's playing within this, like, you know, those different chords. So let's kind of skip ahead in the Yngwie performance, man. I don't know. Maybe play stuff. What do you guys want? Are you guys sleepy? What's going on? Um. Okay. Let's play some music. We're gonna play some Ingve. What are we doing? All right, let's play some music. Wait, that's the wrong one. Cassiope, they're cool. They're very technical, you know, fusiony stuff. Couldn't really play it, but like I'll try it. You know, I could like try something. What's like a, I don't know, like a short Cassiope song. See here. I'm looking at this one with the race car, that album. Reason? Let me look. Let's hear Far Away. Katamari music. It's good cleaning music. You want to clean your house? A little bit. One of my favorite things, so I don't know if you like, if you play guitar and stuff. If you're like pentatonic guy, there's pentatonic man. There's nothing wrong with being pentatonic man, alright? Many of your great guitarists have been pentatonic man. Kirk Hammett, Metallica. You know, he's a black belt. He's a black belt guitar player. He's a pentatonic man. You know, there's a lot of pentatonic guys, but something you could do to kind of add a little flavor, a little bit of chromatics. Well, that is just adding more notes, adding all the notes. So you could go. And then go back into your pentatonic stuff. It's like that. Raise your eyebrows whenever you bend notes. Okay? It helps. Definitely really good stuff. I don't have enough frets. Does that chord progression sound familiar to you? I may. Not 1564, so no. Let's see, so this is like a standard. I think it sounds like Grover Washington Jr., just the two of us. Let me lower the pitch. Everybody loves this song. Come on, man. So, C sharp 7, C 7, then a F minor 7, then going down to E flat. Then going to A flat 7. Or is it maybe a C sharp major 7? Then C7. Hang on, I'm like out of tune.
I see the crystal raindrops fall, and the beauty of it all is when the sun comes shining through to make those rainbows in my mind. When I think of you sometime, and I want to spend some time with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us, building castles in the sky. Just the two of us, you and I. We look for
swear I got lucky.
I hear the crystal raindrops fall on the window down the hall. It becomes the morning. And darling, when the morning comes and I see the morning sun, I wanna be the one with you. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building big castles we don't mind. Just the two of us. You and I. Just the two of us. Let's get it together, baby.
Anyway, just kind of messing around, but yeah, so just the two of us can kind of help you play Cassiopeia, yeah? Or Cassiopeia, as I often kind of say it like that, you know? Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia. Do you like Cassiopeia? Cassiopeia? Kind of makes more sense saying that way. Thank you, Rafi Main, man. Oh, I just turned on a filter. It's not really a red light. I was listening to Yngwie earlier. Yngwie J. Malmsteen. Don't forget the J in there, not to confuse him with all the other Yngwie Malmsteens in the business. But we're listening to Cassiopeia. But I heard a chord progression in it. It reminded me of this song. But did a little detour. Just to explain, hey, you know, I know, I'm very hairy, man. I'm very hairy. I've got a lot of testosterone. That's God's honest truth, man. Emanate hair and rock and roll. And, you know, that's just it. A man. Alright? Got hair. Got hairy arms, man. Funny story. Funny story about hairy arms. Are you ready for this? Want to hear a story? Want to hear music or you want to hear a story? I don't care either way, but I want to tell this one. Do I got my people? Do I got my other people in the chat as well? Soupskin, Greedo, you guys there? I got a story. I got a story for you guys. Maybe you're just doing some stuff right now, but so I went to play D&D at a friend's house. Went to play D&D at a friend's house, and like we had a really good campaign going. Now, I don't know if you played Dungeons and Dragons before. You're on Twitch, there's a possibility. Maybe you've done role-playing games. Maybe you've rolled dice and gambled. Maybe you've played a fantasy game. But anyway, we've been playing the story for about a year or so. It was a long-running. Actually, we've been playing with this group a long time. So, I'd been working out at the UFC gym doing like kickboxing, Muay Thai stuff. I've been losing a lot of weight. I was at like 220 pounds at the highest, but I got down to like 180 over the course of like a few months. And it was like a pretty drastic weight change. Not as much as now, which is I'm at like 158. I'm pretty lean right now. Need to work out more. I gotta get lifting and stuff. I think I'm shriveling up. Gotta eat more too. So it's kind of crazy. I haven't been this light since like 10 years ago. So anyway, drastic weight change. One of the things that helped me quite a lot was gamer subs. I lost a ton of weight. You should look at some of the clips on my channel. My goodness. I haven't seen those clips. I remember I was getting comments. Man, Dave Mustaine really let himself go, man. Gamer subs, man. All right, I'm not sponsored by Gamer subs. I would love to be sponsored by Gamer subs. Maybe Banks will get it first. Okay, I don't want to do a stupid Gamer subs flavor. I want to do a good one. So anyway, not yet. Oh man, this is gonna be the flavor, and I hate it. So yeah, Gamer subs was really good. Like it tasted great. It replaced all the soda I was drinking, and like it was cost effective. I was drinking tons of water. I was drinking half of my body weight in ounces. My strategy was waterlogging and just eating like one meal a day. I would rather than get the large pizza, I'd get the medium, thin crust, medium, just a medium. That would be my meal for the day. I'd go to Lidl. I would get the goat cheese and put some sausage on there. Goat cheese, spinach pizza or whatever it was, and like that was pretty good. I was just caveman style weight loss, no diets, nothing. Little, you know, that would be my that was my jam. I would go to Chipotle. I'd get the cauliflower rice burrito, because like apparently that's like better or something. That would be my meal. I'd maybe eat 1 or 2 meals a day. And then I'd go work at the UFC gym, work out, and then like maybe even swim. I was doing really good. I was really active. I felt really just like, I don't know, lowering weight. When you get to like 200 pounds, like 220, it hurts your feet. I can't imagine any more than that. And like 200, it definitely felt like the pressure off my feet. And then just even lower, had a real plateau. Anyway, got to 180. This was a big comeback game at my friend's place, his new house. He had like an arcade with like every game system emulated on it. Like he had the fixins, he had dogs. It was a fun thing. He got so invested in D&D, he would like put his TV, his flat screen TV down and like put the map on there and had like animated effects. It was real deal stuff. He was like ultra good DM. This was like his first like stuff too. Like I don't know, his like first group. Really good at it. Really prepared. So anyway, we're doing a big comeback game. Hadn't played in a while. One shot. They got pretty drunk. Got some chicken tenders. I was gonna gain some weight. Got some good stuff. Got some good food. Good fixins. Got some fixins. Oh baby, I got some good fixins. And one of the players got so sloshed. He got so sloshed, and he was kind of like strangely concerned about me. He's like, Russ, what's that drink? What's that in your drink? And I had a. Have you seen the waifu cups? Seen the waifu cups, right? Where are they? I had one. We're in story mode. No leaving. So, anyway, 1 second. 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 the big the double D purple cup. He has one of these. So I got one of these in like the purple double D shirt or whatever, double D girl shirt. And they sent me 6 shirts by accident. They sent me like 2 pink ones, 2 blue ones, and 2 purple ones. I sent one of my purple ones. Or I think they even like I got like one, but then they sent me 2 extra purple ones. I sent one of them to my friend in the army, and wore it for graduation, I think. And so like I got all these I got all these waifu shirts, and I was repping it, man. Dude, I'm not, and they're super comfortable. My goodness, they are very soft and very stretchy. It's like a good shirt. That's a good shirt, you know, that kind of just I don't know, it puts you at ease. And but you know, some the pink ones, I don't know. That's a ballsy move to wear the pink ones. And the purple ones, whatever. I'll wear some big titty, you know, anime girl shirts. I don't care. The blue ones, you know. Anyway, an aside. I bring that because it's just kind of part of the whole thing. The gamer subs, this is a linchpin in the story. So what's that in your cup? Ross, what's that in your cup? He's just kind of, you know, leaning in and just kind of in a staring long time. And I was like, oh, it's pre-workout. Gamer subs. Whatever the flavor was, you know, it's got like nootropics, like, I don't know, something. Got something in it. I don't know, natural caffeine. Anyway, I've been drinking this rather than soda. Isn't that? Ross, you gotta stop doing that. Ross, whatever you're doing, stop. At least you could, okay, you can tell me. Whatever you do, whatever you're doing right now, whatever you're going through, please stop. I'm like, John, I'm in really good, like, I'm in good shape. Like, I'm working out, I'm positive, like, not like eating crap, like, I'm doing really good. And like he just got really concerned, and like I think he had to like throw up or like go away. Like anyway, it was a sloppy night. There wasn't much D&D going on, and my friend Colin followed up with Sean. What was? Hey, you know, because like I was talking with Colin, I was like, it's like we were just joking about it. I was like, Ross, whatever you're doing, stop. Like just saying that, it was just like, what are you telling me to stop? What are you telling me to stop drinking this thing that's like been like a big key point in my weight loss? Like it's been super helpful to just like drink a lot more water. I was drinking like 110 ounces, you know, when I was like 220 pounds. And yeah, it's never D&D. It's never D&D. And so he was like, Ross, whatever you're doing, stop. And like, we're just laughing about it. I was like, what does this mean? So he asked Sean, he was like, hey, Sean's a card guy. He's a card player. You know, he would get along with Julie, you know, buying cards, you know, whatever the games were, you know, like he would spend a lot of money at Julie's stand, probably, getting the cards for the meta or whatever he's playing. Real smart guy, real fun to play with. He was a great actor. Bit of a rules lawyer, but like that's good sometimes. Real silly guy. Loved playing with Sean. And so we followed up with Sean, and he's like, hey, so what was that about, Ross? Whatever you're doing, stop. Like if he remembered it, and he was like, well, I was inspecting Ross. He has really hairy arms. And I was just like, you know, people that take steroids get really hairy. And yeah, so I was just like, man, he's gotta turn his life around. I was like, I started dying. I was like, what? Hairy arms? That's what concerned him? He was like, man, he's got really hairy arms, man. Oh, man. Whatever you're doing, stop. It was a hairy arms story. So, there you go, Raffi Main. That's the story. Hairy arms. I got hairy arms. Nothing to be concerned about. Okay? I'm not taking steroids. Okay? Okay? All right? So, that's the story. All right. Cassiope, maybe, right? Back to this one. So Twitch just asked me, hey, I permitted a term, I guess. I made it admin. Man, Cassiopeia's really good. They even like the spaces too. Okay. Holy crap, man. Man. Yeah. I feel like I opened up a can of worms. Oh, jeez. You guys are gonna be like, hey man, going to Ross's. He allows words. Does this word work? Okay, that word works. Won't last much longer in this community. Alright, it's been a good run. I mean, it was cool getting like a ton of followers and stuff recently, but the floodgates are opening. Sorry. Maybe they have land in prison. They got Halo in prison. Greatest game of all time. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's play some stuff. I was kind of chewing the fat. I wanted to play Viking Kong. Yeah, sure. Send it over. Zahava Nagila. Or was it? Oh, was it? It was what? Anyway, I fucked it up. Anyway, all right, gotcha. Actually, I wish I knew it. Didn't you send me this? No, it was a. Ooh, that was cool. It was like some had some emotion. That one, good. Big old ballad. Big old ballad. Went some places I didn't expect. Big song. Is that like one of their biggest songs? I don't really know much about Greta Van Fleet other than they were kind of like the new Zeppelin type of thing in a way. Favorite song for the Verity and Motion and Conveys. Yeah. Yeah, Greta Van Fleet, like they're pretty big. They do covers. They're mostly Led Zeppelin cover band. Oh, they do? Okay. They're mostly a cover band. I didn't know. Like they're still kind of considered that. But they like kind of did enough. Play do Every Time, Takayoshi Omura. Yeah, it's a good one. I love his music because he's like very much that like LA power metal kind of LA hard rock kind of vibe there. Cool opening solo. Let's see. I was trying to sing a couple of tunes the other night, but I did pretty bad, so I'm not gonna sing right tonight. If it was earlier, maybe, but nah. This one, I don't know if I played this one.
Now
my headphone caught underneath the rotation of the wheel. No, I can't like stuff. Okay, there we go. I got it out. That's like a major problem. I don't know what to do about that. I don't know what to do about that. Caught under the rotation a lot. I need to like maybe, I don't know, just get like tennis balls or something. Roll on tennis balls. Let me try this one. Rain on Me. The gushers are like floated. Like I'm grabbing sticky gushers. Problem. That riff, it's like a... Try to hear it. Let me hear it. Tap random things and, you know, do a bend. I'll learn it later. back up to the solo. First off, let me just. This is Takayoshi Omura playing guitar. The singer is Terry Ilo, singing his ass off right now. The solo, great. First off, I love this song. I think it's just so, I don't know, it's so passionate, the voice. But the solo here is very, very melodic and unique riffs. Very fast, very technical, but doesn't lose, kind of the singing quality to it.
Yes, the Savior is nowhere inside.
Lucy. Love that. I love how many different pinch harmonics he gets, like whatever, anyway. Really good stuff. That's a great bend to start off that solo. Just a... really cool stuff. Insanity. And you can kind of hear it in the right, like the one of the ears. Anyway, it's like a good use of dynamics. Just like little loud and soft. Percussive. Percussive. Anyway, yeah, I don't really know that song very well, but that one's awesome. One. Good music. I'm gonna try one. It's from Marty Friedman. I forgot how to play this, but I learned it, and I back for like a cover, and Not like super difficult or anything. Like a doable. It's a doable one. Something happened. Soup Skin cheered 500. Thank you very much. Thanks for the music and stream. Have a good night. Throw Kill. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for stopping by. Sticking around, having some fun, chilling with us. Very good. All right, this one's called Intoxicated. Intoxicated. All right, I'm trying to, let me break this one down again. So it's like, so it's a G, D, E minor, D, C, A minor, D, 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 D. Wait. C, B flat, or B, A minor, B minor. Sorry. Then it kind of goes into this Hendrixy. Think of Hey Joe. But it goes to D, D minor. You don't have to play the whole D minor, but or rather, I guess it's just like just the two notes. You don't have to play the whole D major or the D minor. Just that. You go up to B, kind of this B minor thing. Little Hendrixy stuff. Something. Pentatonic. Doesn't matter. It's like this is the cowboy. This is the sad cowboy part. Something like that. Anyway. Pretty interesting. Okay, so this is kind of like the takes you by surprise, and like it gets real funky for a second. Almost like fake jazz for a second, you know, just kind of that approach. It's kind of bluesy, you know? Some like almost like sublime like phrasing there. Like, I don't know, just the clean tone. Sounds like Santeria, you know? I used to know how to play this part. I used to play this part. I remember how it. Trying to remember. Like the hard part, but like you gotta focus. Something like that. I'm gonna slow it down a little bit. all right. So it's like I think he chromatically approaches there. I kind of add stuff there. It's whatever. And then, something like that. All right, let me back it up. Let's keep playing, whatever. Rest of the song. This one's I think it's a pretty good, like, mid-tempo Marty Friedman song. It kind of gets a little bit of, like, everything that he does at, like, not, like, full out Marty Friedman. Like, I think he's made better tunes than this. This isn't a bad tune or anything. But, like, I feel like he's definitely grown as a composer throughout the years. Like, I've got pretty much all of his albums. This one is from the True Obsessions album, which was like, I think it was like 1998 or something like that. I might be off by like a year. So this is like 1996. When did Marty Friedman... When did he leave Megadeth? 2000. So this is kind of like in between Megadeth stuff, where kind of like his inner weeaboo was crying out. I think his yeah, like, I don't know, his songwriting is definitely taking shape. I think this has some really good things that, like, intermediate and even expert players can kind of learn from. It's a nice tune, you know. It's just nice chords. Just nice bar chord type things, little seventh chords. I mean, he doesn't really use crazy chords all that much. A lot of his tunes actually use pretty basic chords. I find this, like, pretty good. It's a nice even tempo. It's like 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2. Got that kind of Hendrixy thing going on. The melody kind of just going up G major. You're starting on G right there. You're learning, like, the forget about a box pattern. Think of this cool sliding way of going through the scale. Not bad. It sounds good. You don't even need to stretch your fingers. You're just using your 3 digits. You know, you're like a 3-finger blues guy. Like, I never use that pinky. Marty doesn't necessarily never use his pinky, but, like, you know, he's like a 3-finger guy. So the second line of the melody, I mean, it kind of repeats that same idea, that same motif there. Okay? Then you got the second part. This is just, you know, Phrygian thing, but it's not too bad. But he adds, like, a different note in there. A Marty Friedman thing to do is kind of approach correct note from wrong note. He likes hitting those dissonant kind of things. You know? It's like maybe A minor. I think it's that. Anyway, so the whole thing. we're going into that Hendrixy kind of groovy part. This is kind of that. It's sort of a cool thing. A lot of guitar players should know that. Should know how to kind of do that little sort of pentatonic-y, chord stuff. Or just barring stuff and just kind of playing up and around the scale. It's not like, this isn't super crazy. There's a couple little outside notes in there, maybe 2 out of like the whole thing, but you could just think of it all as G major. But you're starting to get other sections of G major. But, you might have trouble. Oh, what's the fingering? Don't worry so much about the fingering. Think about your do, re, mi's. Use that ear training. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. And you can kind of figure, oh, these notes kind of fall in that. Now, if you hit the wrong note, okay, you gotta kind of correct yourself. I'm hitting some wrong notes in there, but kind of purposely. I mean, doing it kind of like that. Almost making it seem like a pentatonic scale kind of makes it easy. I like sliding. I like sliding. Like I like turtles. I like sliding turtles. These are little turtley fingers. A little pull off there, so it's a little bit of embellishment there. It's a little hard to kind of get that because you're kind of just moving one finger, trying to be accurate. Maybe you keep it in one, position. I don't know. It's sort of up to you. Something like that. Anyway, a little bit intoxicated by Marty Friedman. I like that one. It's a kind of a simple song, just a nice flowing melody. Has some tricks in there. But pretty decent. Like if you wanted to get into more Marty Friedman playing, I'd say it's a good study song. Like, not so crazy. I mean, yeah, some of the soloing at the end, it's a little out there, but you get a good range of all of his like styles that he goes from. Here's another good one. One's a Tibet / Angel. They're pretty good, like, study piece. Marty Friedman. He actually has an instructional kind of on this one. Instructional is called Melodic Control. This is from his Scenes album, which was 1995. Oh, no, 1992. So he's like, right, like Megadeth is like Rust in Peace came out. You know, kind of like, yeah, 1990. So like a couple years later, he's like, all right, I gotta make this like avant-garde kind of wispy sort of melodic album. Like this I think is some of his best compositions are here. This one, like, this one was 1992, so like some of these sounds are kind of like they're kind of easy sounds in a way. Um, but like just really serene. It just has like a nice, I don't know, it just sounds like it's just recorded in like a bathroom. I don't know, just like a big tub of some sort, you know, big bathhouse. I cleaned my whole disc. I spilled my whole drink. Oh dang. It's a great tune. Really good study piece. Sounds good. All right. I'm about to raid out. I think I'm done tonight. 36. Dang man. Dang. Um. Yeah, I've been staying up a lot. Um. Anyway, I'll just kind of explain this song a bit more. Just kind of out. I love this one. I like the transition into the angel section of the song. First part is Tibet. It sounds very. I mean, it sounds very Asian. It sounds very Asian. It has a very Asian melody going on. A lot of dissonant kind of things, and kind of just playing very reverberated, clean stuff. Really good to just like get a feel of this kind of E major kind of. And then when the angel section of the song kicks in, very, you know, still just kind of playing around in that major thing. The second part, um, it goes into the. But man, you can really dig into these notes, and it's just such a cool, satisfying thing to play. Just really digging into these notes. Sounds awesome. I don't know. I just love it. The ending there, there's a big feature in the melodic control instructional that Marty Freeman does. It was like his first instructional. I think it's very good. It's kind of this, you know, he talks about his ideas and his approach to like soloing and how he kind of gets odd exotic scales and sort of how he kind of connects these ideas. It might be a little bit tough to kind of comprehend if you're kind of just, you know, you're not super familiar with some of these ideas, but he's kind of playing over this progression. The kind of way he sort of connects this one is a. He's on like E major, sort of E major sus 4 thing. And D. I don't know. Very good instructional. Go check it out. I'm pretty tired. Starting to feel the effects of. So let's go ahead and rate out someone special. Someone special. Someone's gonna get visited by the Ross. Somebody's gonna. So. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Stuff. Okay. Oof. Let's see here. Let's see. Who am I following? Anybody? Anybody? Hello, hello, hello. All right, I'm gonna visit a random music stream. You're tired. You're busy. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for just viewing and chilling. And I don't know, it's just been good, very good. Let's see. This is the girl playing guitar. Let's hear LARP Nerd Chat.
Und Lennart Künze. Und schön, dass du da bist, Appentech.
Oh no, we don't have Greedo anymore, so he could have led us in the raid. Oops. Okay. Let me find somebody. German. My computer's taking forever to load. I accidentally backed out of this page and I can't do the thing. Can't do the thing. Eddie on the Beat. Song reviews. Let's check this guy's channel out. He's kind of listening to stuff. He's got some people.
I agree that you can have less aggressive vocals for this kind of genre, but you should still be able to hear what they're saying.
Genre.
Otherwise, what's the point, right?
What's the point? This guy will tell you what's the point.
Be up to...
Have fun. Let him know about the Rossborg army. Show this guy some love. Follow him. Check him out. And I'll see you next time. Peace.